Hiccups. Do what?
Go ahead and close the gate on my garden.
Okay. You turn the water off?
Oh yeah, it's been off.
Okay.
I'm gonna go wait for
Hey, how's it going? It's been a long week. Another week on call, plus storms, and I was the only one in, so it's been a long week, and I wasn't sure I was going to be doing this or not. That's why I didn't put any kind of video up this morning saying anything about doing it. Because as long as the week's been, I had no idea if I was going to do this or I was just going to turn around and relax tonight and go to bed early. We had quite a few storms over the last week and made work a whole lot of fun. I should have thought about this before I did this, but I didn't think because I just didn't think. So, hey, on tools, awesome. How you doing? It'd be good to get a little bit of picture of before so I get done after. Hey, wait a minute. It's kind of late your way. Just dawned on me. Yeah, I've had enough of this silliness. It is time to go that way. Let's see if we can set it up on the big boy. Woo. I still got a lot. I got another. I got 3 more videos to do for that auction haul. One is recorded, one is partially recorded. Then we got hit with severe storms, and I was scrambling to get everything back in the shop and get the tent down before that disappeared. And then working everything got crazy. So we're gonna try to get this old beastie looking better, but I still gotta do the other half of part 5 and part 6. sign this, but it tore the finish and everything up. Maybe we can still make it look good. Why I want to give it a shot. Good, new bread. I don't get to see too many of them in wrenches, let alone any this size. Even though I saw the condition, I still had to give it a shot, see what I could do. Most of the New Britain stuff I have is just sockets. How's everybody's week and weather going? We probably had decent weather. It's up in the 80s today. We got tired of the 90s up to 110. So 80, 85. I'm good with that. Well, for the beginning, it's starting to look better. Breakfast for dinner, weird. Oh no. Eggs, bacon, sausage, toast, pancakes. That could be breakfast, lunch, dinner, midnight snack. Now we just got to try to get the texture down since I got the bulk of the crud off. So you got to bear with me a minute. Turn a light on. And try to figure out how I'm going to do that. Yeah, that might sort of kind of ishy work. It's gonna come out nice. It's already transforming, and it's starting to come around. And then this old new Britain's gonna look good again. They're gonna have some pits. They're gonna have some of the battle damage from its long life, but it'll be alright. Just gonna be able to grab it where it's not all jagged. Static electricity. Got it again. think we're good. I think we are good. I'm not feeling any. Oh, I lied. Right there. Do it to one, you gotta do it to all 4 points. Okay. So we go back that way. Tidy it up just a little bit more with the Dremel and the other bits. Okay. Let's see. Sure. I can't say that down here. We finally got rain and it is miserable. Well, today's a little drier, but when we get rain, it's heavy rain. It's not the nice soft rain that'll help soak in. It hits quick, it washes off, but the humidity has just been miserable. Almost more like Florida weather. So she's coming along now. Definitely don't look like she did when I started. Smooth. Still got some dense dings and some pitting, but it's not rough to the hand. Hard to see. But definitely getting some, just got to tidy up the other ends. This will be ready to get back to use again. 15/16 NDF 66 from New Britain. It's the biggest New Britain wrench I got. I think the only other one I got is a little one, but mainly I find their sockets. Well, the hummingbirds are back. Our lightning bugs have finally showed back up. We haven't really seen lightning bugs in a couple years, so they're back. We got a ton of birds, new new types of birds. Unfortunately, the deer, the bear, the squirrels, possums, fox, everything else showed back up. They kind of get into flowers, gardens, and everything else. Hey Jim, how's it going? Uh, yeah, we were 14 inches down. I'm not sure where we're at now. Uh, yeah, we have not been able to have fire in the fire pit. I just don't want to risk anything popping up and floating out. Hey Rob, how's it going? Oh, yeah, I don't want any embers or anything floating up because it is still super dry down here. So we haven't had any fire in the fire pits this year. When did I pick today? Got a bunch of bell chicken both of them. Nice. Did you see? Well, I don't have to say. Did you see? So I tidied up that barcalo. Why does that look backwards? Because it probably is. Come on. Yeah, tidied up that barcalo, but that's a barcaloy. I don't think I've ever had one with that font before. This one from, as George would say, Scrungy. Uh, yeah, once it started cleaning up a little bit and I started seeing some shine, oh, I had to go bananas on it. Kind of like this one. As rough as it was and everything, this one's starting to look good too. Doggone it. Rob, I was going to send you an email to watch a video or something, and I don't remember what it was now. It was something in the last couple days. But yeah, that cursive font, I don't ever remember seeing one either. So I thought it was cool. So even under the rust and crud, I was like, I gotta have it. So this New Britain's gonna look good. Not perfect, but it'll definitely be a good user and look good for its age. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow I can get back. Excuse me. Too much carbonation. Hopefully tomorrow I can get back and finish up my fifth and then finish recording the fifth and the sixth video from the $100 I spent at the estate sale. Storm literally came in and all I could do is start grabbing and running into the garage, and it was already raining and I was still trying to move stuff in the garage. almost ruined our pop-up tent. Oh my goodness. Okay. No. Yeah, no. This is going to need more work. That is not cutting it. I think it's because the whatever ate into it ate into the finish. Okay. I have nowhere to set the camera. Well, we'll give it a shot. Hey, George. What do you mean you haven't eaten dinner? You're supposed to eat dinner before you get giggling. Actually, according to Garage Journals, if their list is accurate, they're both in the same time frame. It says BE is New Britain 31 to 47, and Circle H is also New Britain 31 to 47. So BE and Circle H apparently are both New Britain. I thought they were close. I didn't realize they were both the same, which is probably why everybody goes after the BE and the Circle H's. Oh, I know how it is. I just ended a week of on-call, and I was the only one down in the in my area. So this old New Britain is starting to come around, but I do have some rough textures. So I think we're going to try to figure out how to get. I mean, I'm feeling some of the dents and dings on the main body. Nothing major, but up around here, I think I got to try to try to smooth the edges, and then actually that might be the problem. Might be dents and dings right in the edge. That's smooth. That's smooth, even though that might be all it is. Where it's been dinged right on the very seam and the edge. So it's grabbing my hand because it feels. I got an idea. Oh, I feel for you. We had storms roll through. My teammates on vacation. And with my teammate being on vacation, me being on call, then storms hitting, it's just been bananas. Okay. Hit it with a cup, but I just ran over to the big hateful wire wheel. Or wire wheel. Fiber wheel. One, if you're not careful, it'll eat metal up. Anywhere I could have accidentally bumped it. Gonna give it a quick with the light wire. I think that's all it was, just dents and dings right on the very edging. So I had to round the edge off just a hair. So I just rounded those edges just a little bit, just enough to get those dents and dings so it doesn't grab and bite anything. Let's see, I saw something about this. I swear I saw something about the spray bottle. But yeah, my wife found this. Makes spraying so much easier. But when I had it here, I was going through it like by the gallon. Well, George, since you got to eat and all that, I tidied this train wreck up. Have you ever seen one with the cursive font? It's got standard font in the back, but cursive on the other side. Okay, it's on their plan. Hey, don't jump in the shower too, well, never mind. He said get in the shower, never mind. Sorry, it's one of my little things. I cannot stand. I like pebble finish. I like smooth finish. I like the chrome. I just hate when there's dents and dings that leave burrs in it. I think we're good on this one. Dirty Nails Workshop. How you doing? I got my sequences all out of order since I'm still trying to deal with the work week. On call and all that silliness, and finally get to the end of it. I got my sequences out of order. And since I got everything out of order, guess who didn't clean all the nooks and crannies? Out of the main body. I was wondering why it seemed like it had a lot of shadowing. It had shadowing because it was full of dirt and grime. So now that no longer is full of dirt and grime, and that side looks so much better. So yeah, so I got a 15/16 new Breton ratchet. This looks awesome. Yeah. For anybody that wasn't here at the beginning, I wasn't sure I was doing this tonight. That's why I didn't put out any kind of 30-second video early this morning, because I was saying a little bit ago, I've been on call from last Thursday to yesterday. I was the only one in, so for 6 days, 24 hours a day, my entire area, I was the only one working. So anything happened, like I woke up, or I had to work my normal hours, it was just exhausting. Plus we had storms roll through that made it even more interesting. So, anybody that's joined within the last couple minutes, anybody remember seeing Barkalow Buffalo with the cursive font for Barkaloy? I don't remember ever seeing one before. Curious to dig into this. Obviously this is going to get blued, but that little paddle tail, when I stumbled into it, that drew me to it. That was just very interesting. And I have a emblem there. I have to try to figure out who it is. And I had forgot that my computer took an update, and I had not gone back. Whoa, this ain't good. Oh, there it is. I forgot to go back to the tool logos and try to figure out what it is. It has a 32. Looks like it has a K and a C in a circle with a K cutting through the top side of the C. Scroll through the list real quick, see what we got. Again, no, we could do change the glasses. Put the other ones on that is better for me in the shop. So yeah. Definitely looks like a K and a C with a circle with the K cutting through the top side of the C. And according to this list from Alloy Artifacts, I don't see one. Wait a minute, that's a K and an O with a C. That's what I love about old tools. They had put so much cool details in their stamping. A No, that's not Cleveland Hardware. I think I do have one tool from Cleveland Hardware. Well, we know it's not Hinsdale. We know it's not her brand. Those are totally different. We know it's not Crowder. And off this list, I do not see any emblem or embossing that looks like it. So I have no idea. I think the best thing to do, clean it up, blue it. Well, after I get it cleaned up and shined, then take close pictures of it, blue it, take more pictures of it, and see which one of the two would give me the best possible results. Okay. I almost forgot to finish the doing that. Oh, Mrs. Bigfoot found me a composition book to scribble in out here in the shop. Got Bigfoot on it. She found it when she was up at the store. Knew I had to have it. That way I could scribble notes or whatever out here in the shop. I know I'm gonna have to use it, not just keep it, so I'll have to figure out what I'm gonna use it for. Well, we're not going over here, but I'm gonna go ahead and sit you up in the my old cheapo phone holder. Well, that was close for guesswork. I don't know about anybody else that's ever used Norton wire wheels. They're kind of soft, but they seem to also drop a lot of wire. Apparently that thing become magnetic, so now I'm getting wire bits all up in my hand. like starting to get hyper fixated again because I'm kind of watching everything. Got a wire stuck in me somewhere. Not in my hand, so it's got to be in the shirt. There it is. What's better? Probably not going to be visible, but there's that crazy stamp. That'll be a fun one to figure out. So. Okay. Oh. Good evening. Thanks. I think I'm caught up, sort of into issue maybe. Excuse me. Now I know why I had wire in my shirt. This little wire cup is launching wire bits. I feel it peppering all over my hand. Even cleaner. So let me try to get a picture of this. Okay, that might have been too close. And that's a mess. So let's change modes. Go here. That ain't helping much either. It's a weird emblem for sure. If I had some soft, ultra thin tracing vellum, then I could lay it over the top of that and then just lightly go back and forth with a graphite pencil and actually pull what that emblem looks like without any reflection. Kind of like the old grave rubbings. But I swear it looks like a C, a K, and an O inside a circle. Yep, felt another one. Oh yeah, I get peppered all the time with wire bits. I got one of my. I think I have one up in my foot. Did that, or I stepped on a piece of wood and got a splinter stuck up in there. Been in there for a few weeks. Doesn't hurt when I walk in it. It's on the back side of the front side of the heel, right at where the heel comes up. So it's not on any kind of pressure point. So. And since I've been dealing with it for a couple weeks, it doesn't hurt. Well, it's not infected and it don't hurt. I'm just gonna leave it till it works its way out. Yeah. Could be my imagination now, because that I got another one in my shirt. Oh, since you're in the video, did you see the short that I tagged you in a week or so ago? You know what, Steve? I'm going to chase it down and then pop it there. It was funny. Because I did it on my live a couple weeks ago. My videos. And it's going to be shorts. Where's my good one that is a good laugh? It might not be a short, might be a video. Doggone it. Gotta love it when I don't remember what I've been doing. Yep, there it is, there it is, there it is. So I did a video. It was a short video, not an actual short. But I do know that oh, okay, yeah. I was exhausted. I was trying to do a live, and I had got right, I would probably say 90% to that last screw in, about ready to showcase the thing, and all of a sudden that's when I looked at the camera and started smiling because I realized what I did. Didn't even realize it, put the whole thing together. I'm just in a zone, then all of a sudden, bang. All of a sudden I saw it and I was like, no way. I was like, I did it again. Oh, I've probably done it 40 or 50 times before I ever started doing videos. Yep, no, there, that's what I was thinking of. But it was just so funny that it was just a few days after your video posted. I turned around and did it right there on a Friday Night Live and didn't see it. Not until I was almost done. So when I got that close to being done, that's when I started thinking of how I was going to pick it up, turn it, hold it to the camera for people to see it properly. And then as soon as I was thinking about it, that's when I realized what I did. And as soon as I did, that's when I immediately thought of you, and I had to say it out and say, hey, see, you're not the only one. Wire bit. Okay, that's clean. Kinda, or sorta, kinda-ish maybe. Gonna Yeah, my best one yet is I was putting a ratchet back together, but I had a little lab cup, little sample cup for a lab sample cup. I put the spring in the bearing in it just to make sure I didn't knock it on the floor or anything. Took care of everything else, got it all looking good, got it all lubricated, put the stupid thing back together, secured it, went in the house, went to bed, came back the next day, started tinkering again. I looked at it, and then I looked up, saw that little cup. Then I saw the bearing and spring there. I was like, are you kidding me? Dismantled the whole thing. I never put it in. Just left it sitting there. Hey, how's it going? That's late. It's late at night over there, isn't it? At least it should be. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. What, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe? Yep, I was close. That's why I was kind of doing the math, and it's like, it should be around that 2, 3 o'clock in the morning thing. Seriously, guys, it's 9 o'clock at night. Stop target practicing. Oh, dumb me. I forgot to be ready. So when this gets cleaned and wipe down the alcohol dries, I can set it here to start bluing. Well, I'm out here in the back 40, so it's not uncommon, especially in the daytime. I always had a 8 o'clock, no later than 8 at night. Because after that, you don't know who needs to go to bed early to get up early or anything like that. But for the most part, I would say usually between noon and 6 was my prime time here. Really not before that, really not after that. Okay, gotta give that a minute to do his dry thing. But she's definitely looking nice. Beats that old rusty crud. Let all the cracks and crevices, dents, dings, and pits, let it get all the alcohol out. Then I can start the bluing process. But, I mean, it's a big difference. You know, these I don't mind. They're small. They got a little pop to them. But those, a lot more kaboom coming out of the barrel, and quite a bit of a fireball when it comes out too. So with that sound rolls. It cuts right through the woods, goes right through the over and around the up and down and through the hills. Hey Don, how's it going? I don't know, it just seems a little early for you to be home. Because you said that, and I looked at the clock, and I was like, wait a minute. Well, that's pretty cool because we got just a little bit of gap between you guys. So we got Don in west side of Canada. Eric's over in Germany. So we got a nice split. You know the funny thing? I think I'm fairly close to right in the middle. What time is it over in BC, Don? I think it's just an hour. I think I'm an hour closer to Don. If I remember all my Latin longs and time zones. That's a little weird. That puts you 3 hours behind, so that would put... Yeah, okay, never mind. Yep. I misdid my math. My math is definitely not working tonight. After a week of on-call, mine is too. So the music festival. I haven't been to any, well, I said the last time I went and dealt with anything with music was, well, Banners Up There was 4 years ago. I had to go to Iron Maiden. I've been running on empty for a week or so. The power bank in my body is in the negatives. I think it's just my crazy squirrels that let me keep going. Still a little too warm out here to be doing this. Wintertime will be a lot better for me. Oh, I don't worry about it. I hate to say it, mine's broken, twisted, and jacked up. I say whatever's on my mind, however it comes out, it works. But for the most part, it's just a matter of just reading between the lines to see the picture and understand. All you really need is just a little bit to understand, and then that's all that matters. somewhere over there, I still have some family because before my dad passed away, they reached out to him. But unfortunately, I never found the emails or anything after he passed away to be able to reach back out. I am the proverbial Heinz 57. I know I have English, French, German, Polish, Ukraine, some Native American, Irish, Scottish. I'm not sure what else offhand. I know I got a little bit of everything. So, like a good old dog from the pound, I'm a mutt. I like the G96, but next time I'm going to try to be smart and actually read what I'm buying instead of looking up, seeing that it's a certain brand and then just ordering it, because I got this silly cream. I'm not a fan of the cream. I don't know, maybe another 20 or 30 bottles I might like it, but I prefer liquid. Easier for me to see what I'm doing. Yeah, we've been, well, you figure with all the countries somewhere in my history, any kind of accent is way long gone from any of the countries. But I also adapt to wherever I go. So if I'm somewhere for a couple weeks or around people, I will actually start slowly sounding like I'm from wherever I'm at or the people I hang around are from. Nothing funnier than when I spent a month down in Louisiana for a while to help out. Before I came back, I started using words. I started having a twist in the wording. I started having an accent. Uh, some of my teammates, when in one of our other systems, they're from eastern side of Asia. Hanging around them all the time, I started picking up words, and I started having mannerisms and starting to kick out a little bit of an accent that I never paid attention to, but it's just because I hear it, I try to replicate it. Because if I know somebody that if that's the way they speak, I try to respond as close as I can, so that way there's more of a common bond to where it's not chaotic words going back and forth. I don't know if any of that made any sense. Okay, let that dry for a bit. I need to clean the old fingers up before I run one. Before I grab a drink. Yeah, most everybody I've known most of my life, they know uh, I don't replicate to be a wise guy, and I don't replicate to be snotty. I just replicate to make communications a little easier. Usually gets people laughing because they always say, we're converting you already. Yeah, it's that silly cream, and I didn't realize until the package showed up, and then I looked and read it, that it said cream on it. Don't get me wrong, it works. It works fine. Oxbow Blue is another one I like. I've got to order more of this. I'm running low on that. Yeah, 'cause you spend enough time in a location. Uh, I think it's just, to be honest, a lot of people, it's just human nature to adapt to wherever they're at. Still a little wet. I want to get into trying to hit it with steel wool while it's still juicy. Thanks. Yeah. Sunday. Yeah. Okay. I had to think. uh, Part 4, I just got to edit and upload, and that's for Sunday. Then I have Wednesday and Friday. Wednesday and Friday is gonna be part 5 and 6, but it's gonna be primarily the Kennedy toolbox. I think. I know the bulk of the Kennedy is gonna. I think half of Wednesdays is gonna be the Kennedy, and all of Friday is gonna be what is in the Kennedy. I got interrupted because we had a severe storm hit. I was scrambling to get everything out from under the tent, back in the shop. It started pouring down rain, and I'm scrambling to get stuff. Almost lost the tent, almost destroyed the tent with that storm. You got to think, all 6 parts, plus what Mrs. Bigfoot acquired, and she loves what she got. I think that was in the first one. I think I did a little show of it. Everything was $100 for every single thing, all the boxes, all the contents, and what she got. 3 of the boxes I'm keeping. 3 of the boxes I'm just gonna send down to the road to somebody that wants them or can do something with them. I have one. I think I got about 10 up on those 2 shelves. I got to put shelves up in that corner because I took my flag down that I got to put up on the ceiling now. And then I've got probably 6 or 7 more toolboxes to go up there. Maybe 10? Somewhere. So that's going to be filled up with toolboxes. And I haven't even got the shelves up. So then I have like 3, I want to say 3 of the ones from the auction are just basic, that don't have anything. They're just basic metal boxes with no badging, identifier or anything. Those will get sent down the road. But I definitely want to keep the Kennedy, even though some of the paint's been blown off right down to the raw metal. I definitely want that big metal one. I think I did that in either 1 or 2 because it's actually stamped into the lid. So I want to keep that. I'm going to have to scrub that up, try to clean it up, and do that. I have a ton of sets that are from Japan throughout the years. Those are the inexpensive line. Those aren't the quality Japan ones. Those are the ones that the ones you get that if you use them too often, the chrome starts exploding off it. And if you actually take a gauge to them, they're not quite the size they're supposed to be. But I have sockets and ratchets and wrenches that are from Japan that I know they're on the money, and they are gonna outlast a lot of tools. Well, my go-to favorite screwdrivers are my vessels, and when I order these, it usually takes about 6-8 weeks for me to get a screwdriver. These are my favorite screwdrivers. These bad boys, it's like the old wood handle ones that were round. You can grab these things and put some attitude on them without hurting them. And they just fit. They just fit the hands so much better. The one that I like, that I play with like a kid, is this one, because it's ratcheting. And that ratcheting action is so smooth. Up in my main box, I have one that looks like that, but it's an impact screwdriver. We're used to those big, heavy-duty metal, chunky ones that come in the blue metal tins to sit there and wail on. Now, this one looks like a standard screwdriver. You can see into it with the spring and everything inside it, and you can wail on that thing and it doesn't hurt it. I just need to see if they got different size ends on it, because that would be nice to have 3 flat, 3 Phillips in that style, to where I can just cover all bases. I don't have that one yet. Vessel keeps on my pages. Vessel keeps putting that on there. I have 2 cheapies. I have a little Parkside for precision work. And believe it or not, oh, no, it's over there. It is from Sam's. I got the little one that's, I think it's called Works. That's actually not bad. But I would definitely like to upgrade to the vessel. I just haven't, you know, ordered it yet. It's still got a little juiciness to it. And I prefer the. Sorry, I just kind of turned, looked, and I just totally lost my whole train of thought. But uh, when it comes to handles, there's two types I like. The old snap-ons. There's just something about this handle that fits my hand, no matter what size it is, that I really like. And then some of the older acetate handles, they just fit better in my hand. I've got an assortment. I've got a bunch of the soft grips, the like Snap-on's Instinct series. I have those. I don't know. There's just something about them that they seem big, bulky, squishy, and they just don't feel right for a screwdriver. No, actually, it was direct from Japan, so it did not come in the case as a set. It just came as let me try to find it. I got what it did with it. Impacts. This drawer. So, for the old guys, the old Craftsman one, they're used to the big chunky ones like this, or I think everybody has this silly thing, the inexpensive model that everybody's had in their toolbox at some point in time. But actually, you know what? This is Impact Bits. I didn't even think about it. I just saw it and realized it. But it looks just like their regular screwdriver. Except for that's the striking cap. And there's this spring assembly. So theoretically, since I wasn't paying attention, I just saw the hex right there and made me think, I said, hey, this might be, that means all their impact rated bits will work on it. So I can have one head, change it up to the different bits all the way up to the big P, all the way up to the big P4. Slap that in there, give it a good whack. I didn't put it here because I'm not going to be knocking anything loose impact-wise from right here. Yeah, no, I ordered mine direct as a single. That's what I did with all of them. I ordered each one individually for specific size heads, because this is not interchangeable. This is just a straight up screwdriver here. But when I saw that one, that wasn't, I would just wanted the individual piece. The one thing about Vessel, it seems like they have kits, and then they will sell every individual item inside the kit also. So I just pulled them individually and said, I want these. Well, if they give you, I've had that happen before. Custom builds. I've had that happen. Well, actually, it happened when I was at work. My wife, we had a flex pipe go out. They quoted my wife, I think, $150 for the flex pipe. Then end up charging her almost 300 because they said, "Oh, well, it was more difficult to deal with." I was hot. I was mad. If I would have been there, I'd have went after them and went head to head because you quoted a price, you honor the price. If it takes you longer, that's on you. You should have known better. So if they quoted a price and then changed it, I wouldn't be happy. But if they didn't quote you, you know, or give a written quote or anything like that, then it's kind of up in the air because it's a he said, she said type thing. Broke the screw head off. I've done that with just with my hands. I recently did that. Then I ended up had to drill and tap something out. It wasn't in 199 because funny thing, all the mess I got in this place, I still haven't found a 199 around here. That is the one blade assembly I have not found is 199 here in this area. Funny thing is, I see 190. Everybody finding 199s everywhere else. Oh, the guys over in Europe, they're finding 199s all the time. I'm sitting there saying, I can't find a Stanley 199 over in my area, but everybody around the world is finding them. Yeah, that's not steel wool. That was a whole lot stronger and a whole lot pokier. Somehow I definitely magnetized this stupid wrench. Yeah, I'm thinking so too. If you go into any garage from anybody that has started working on tools from the 60s on up, everybody's got that Duracraft impact. Because almost every large auction I look into, and pretty much almost every estate sale, you'll find it in the pictures or you'll literally see it. If you're rooting around whatever they're selling, you pull drawers or look on a shelf or something, you'll find that box. That one right there happens to be my dad's, and he always took care of his stuff, so he didn't throw his around, bang it around, or anything like that. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I'm kind of starting to get a little behind on stuff. Or at least on the words. try to get the bluey blue going, or at least scuffed up. So give me a minute to do this, and then I'll get over back on the chat side, because I am going to turn around once I get this first coat done. This is my G96 cream. Then I'm going to turn around and I'm going to use probably what's left of my Oxbow Blue, which is a liquid. On top of that. Set that aside. My fan's blowing really good, so I don't want to throw all that. Depends on the polarity of the magnet. That's why those little things have, like the screwdriver magnetizers, have two slots. One's the magnetized, one's the demagnetized, because it's got to be the opposite polarity. I think one polarity's going one way, polarity's going the other way. It'll magnetize, demagnetize. This was probably because it was sitting next to something heavily magnetic. The other thing too, I could probably take something and, like this little machine's ball peen hammer, if I give it a good enough whack, it'll jar it enough, it'll demagnetize it. So let's wipe it up, let it dry, then go after the Oxbow Blue. But I kind of like this. I don't know. The more I look at this, the more I may not. One of those catch-22 type things. I hate this. I hate when I have an idea and then all of a sudden I look and it's like, you know what? I may not be doing this after all. So what we'll do, it kind of has a nice industrial finish on it right now. I don't know if that emblem shows up any better now. Still want to try to do something with it. I don't know. I think I still want to try to give it a little bit of more coloring. Let me get back to this. I was using this one night yesterday and Brooks could hit off. Yeah, Dance Alone Reynolds. Hey, how you doing? I saw sort of sad sight today. Boxes of boxes of Leroy's and Snap-on tools. Oh, I hate to say it, I've seen 20 and 30-year mechanics grease, grit, rust, crust on their tools inside their box. Uh, I was always told by my dad and both my grandfathers, you use your tools, you clean them before you put them away. Period. Because if you do that, they'll last longer than you'll be alive. Uh, I've seen active mechanics tear up and ruin tools. I don't know why. Yeah, I understand the whole concept of flat rate, but I've also been around too many shops. I used to work at Mitsubishi, Chevy, and Cadillac, and even back then, when before cell phones and all that, there was too much chit chatting. There was too much BS downtime, where they're out going bay to bay, talking to each other, or doing whatever. They could have took the time to clean the tools instead of just saying, well, I ain't got time, I got to go home. Well, take that 15 minutes at the end of the day, give them a quick wipe down, get the crud off them. Stop wasting time, because your flat rate, you know you're only, you got paid, say, 45 minutes, but you got it done in 20 minutes. Now you're screwing around for the rest of the time, or you're trying to pad it. Take some of your BS time and keep your tools tidy. Toolaholic. I have one my grandfather had, and he put his name big. Dude, that's awesome. That's history. Keeps the memories going. It's something about tools that I've gotten from my dad or my grandfather's, like the scope in the box up there. I did a light cleaning. Other than that, I want to keep it the way it is because I remember those from when I was a whole lot younger. Oh no! Oh no! What's out of that Mountain Dew? But I got to back up. Now I have tore down, cleaned up, restored some of my grandfather's wood screwdrivers, but I did it my way, and which is kind of a way that he had taught me. So I know that he would be okay with what I did. He'd probably like what I did with it. Because it would have been, it was done the way my grandfather used to work on wood. Well, that's about to fall apart, and it's still damp. So, got my bag. Well, it's going to take all day. Next one out of the kitty pack is a little one. Depending upon how long this starts, I might go over to the other side of the shop and grab another fresh pack. I get these from the book fair place up on the mountain. We go up there to get the grandkids books. So when I get up there, I always go grab a bunch of these packs of kids' paintbrushes. They're not high quality. You're not going to be painting any masterpieces with them. But for the shop, I can't beat them. The price, Believe it or not, the abuse that they take is actually pretty good. I'm sure if you try painting with these, it's going to look horrible. I had used up all my acid and flux brushes, and because it's not easy for me to get places without a long drive, uh, that's when I started using these. Especially with the fact that every time I got into, drove that 45 minutes to an hour into another town where I could potentially get some, I never remember. I always forget about it. I get in there, I see wood, I see something else, see stuff that just lets my squirrels go running around, and I always forget to run over down one of the plumbing aisles and pick up more brushes. So in the grand scheme of the planet, yeah, that's all on me. I just always forget. But when it comes to going and buying books for the kids, I always seem to remember these little paint brushes. Oh, this will work too. Double check. Oh, that one's complete. That door's empty, and that has none of that in it. And yep, I am 100% out of. Oh. No, that is just raw electronic soldering stuff. The entire drawer. So. Wasn't sure if I still had a few tucked here, there, anywhere. Figure someday I might remember when I'm in a store. The many times I've had to go pick up plumbing stuff and do work, something around our house or somewhere else, I still never remember. So if I remember the next time I head out to town, I may have to, write it on my forehead so I can see it in the mirror. Yeah, I don't think that would work. So I'm pretty sure, even if I did that, I'd end up not looking at a mirror or anything reflective and still forget. Be safe. Have a good one. Give another quick wipe down and then get some oil on it. So first was G96, then Oxbow. So it gives it a good, nice industrial. Hey Christopher, how's it going? Gives it a good coloring. It's gonna get just a hair darker after the alcohol dries off, because I'm gonna coat it and let it soak for a little bit with some 3-in-1 oil. I don't know why it does what it does. I never dug into the details. Usually I do, but I haven't on that. I know some guys use oil. I know one guy, he uses used oil and then just coats it, heats it up, lets it do its thing, and then he gives it a good wipe down, and it just gives a lot better coloring. I think I got a wire in my pants. Well, I think this is gonna be good. Let that soak into all the cracks and crevices and everywhere else. It's not as hot as it usually is in here because it's actually only 78 degrees for once. We're not sitting around 90 or above. Let that sit and do its thing. I got an email over Peach Day tomorrow saying if they had put a price on what a bushel of peaches is going to be, but they did not post anything on their prices. So, because maybe heading up the mountain to get a bunch of peaches early in the morning. She's probably gonna do a lot of canning tomorrow if we get a bushel or so. Okay, so theoretically, sort of, kind of, maybe-ish. Oh. Other wire. Okay. Put the computer back where it belongs. So, wipe some of the residual oil off. Oh, I got lots of those. Oop. I saw you. Solid wire. I even write on my phone, and I have for years. The only problem, I found the one that was right at the edge of my shorts, the one that kept biting me, is I have probably about 60 or 70 notes scribbled in there. I just don't remember to open it up and see if any of that is pertinent to what I need to do. Now, so mine's attached Mine's attached, but I still forget it. Hang on. Yep, still attached. So what I was saying about the oil, for those that saw it prior to me putting oil on it. So there it is, post oiling. There's just something about a good soaking of oil. It don't take a lot of time, but there's just something about putting oil on it that just gives it so much better of a color. And I don't remember which YouTuber I stumbled into that from. Actually, believe it or not, it could be DJ. I think it's DJ. He's out of Oklahoma. I think he's the one that does this. But the temperatures out there, that it gets hot enough, he can just throw oil on it, throw it outside, and it'll heat up and dial in. But put the cream on, run the Oxfo, then oil, and then I end up with that kind of finish. And yeah, it did help this. It is a K on the top. It's a large C with a K at the top and an O at the bottom inside a full circle. Much easier to see now. And I have not found that logo yet. Thanks, Don. So let me try something silly. Most of the time it's wrong, but see if it identifies it. Probably won't. Now this is calling it a Circle K, but it's not a Circle K. We know this. So even Google Lens is clueless. Wouldn't be the first time. Well, it won't blow it out too much, but there it is. So you can see the K, the O, the large C, and then a circle all the way around it. Sorry, I was responding to somebody because I don't know how good it is. But it might be making some bites. That would be don't get me wrong, I do enjoy, I really enjoy eating it. Just hoping that it taste as good as what I'm used to eating. This one that holds the Dremels, or all the little bit holders. Because if it's, well, it doesn't make a difference, to be honest, because I did not make any of them. This is 1 piece, 2 piece, 3 piece are all identical. I got these are actually from Dremel, but that's from back in the 90s. Probably early to mid 90s. But this holds a lot of the Dremel stuff. This is actually a rod that clamps to a table. It's got 3 poles, and then it's got an arm that just free floats and swings around. And I've got 2 other Dremels sitting up there. That's where I hang them. But yeah, these old plastic holders. Yeah, I've had those from since probably 93. I would say it's close to 92, 93 when I bought them. I got them at a good price out in Tulsa at a store. So when I saw the price, I just turned around and bought all 3, knowing with the way I am, I'm going to have way more than just enough for one. So it's actually... It's 3 wide, full of parts and pieces and bits and bobs for the Dremel. Underneath the table, I've got the drill press. Oop, hang on, let me double check my... Yep, I'm still good there. Under the desk here, I've got router attachment, the flex shaft attachment, drill press attachment. I got couple other attachments. I've got this. There's another part to the router attachments. There's the baby saw attachment. So when you're working with small thin board or stuff like that, that little saw works great to cut through. It doesn't cause the board to do a whole lot of bouncing, like if you're trying to use a ultra thin, very high TPI blade on like a jigsaw or something. Won't cause the board to bounce, but as long as it's a thin board, because the Dremel ain't got a bunch of torque, it'll cut through like a little, I want to say skill saw, but yeah, skill saw. That'd be the closest thing I can call it. But yeah, that's where I gotta pull it all out, get a lot of the dust and dirt off it. But the compounds, stones, pink stones, green stones, blue stones, drill bits, brushes. Some are deburring tools. Some of the bits are designed to etch. So at high speed, you can actually almost use it like a engraver. So it's just and the one thing that I use a ton of are the cutting wheels. I use The cutting wheel. I use the big, large cutting wheels. I use that a ton. And some of the sanding pads. Are you talking the one that had like the little 3.5 inch blade that was almost like uh, it looked almost like a small tile saw, but it was cutting wood? If so, I vaguely remember those. Because I do remember many years ago one that it couldn't have been, but had like a 12 by 12 tabletop with like a 3.5 inch. Yeah, okay. So that's even smaller than the one that I remember. I remember one that was about 12 by 12 with like a 3 inch blade. Uh, oh my gosh, if I had known something like that existed back when I was working with models in balsa wood and all that, that thing would have been so handy instead of taking an ultra small handsaw and slowly working through stuff. But now I just take other tools and make it go faster and easier. Now, okay. I hit the button. Got my curiosity up now. Can I sort by price low? Because obviously it's not going to be a high-end price. They probably got rid of stuff like that because some yo-yo probably got it for a kid thinking it was a entry level or toy saw and they got hurt. "50-inch edge clamp. It's made of aluminum. Trust me, it bends, it flexes. It's not stable for cutting long boards. It's not. When you're cutting plywood, it will bend, warp, and drift on you. Spend the money, get a track saw. Or at least a track rail to use as a guide." Yeah, they don't even make anything like that no more. Like I said, it's probably because kind of like the old Craftsman, didn't they kind of stop producing the Craftsman sliding. Oh gosh, my brain is just totally shut down. Craftsman had a sliding saw. I think it was a 10-inch sliding saw. And that was deemed dangerous, but you had to do some kind of a repair to it to fix what caused it to be dangerous, and they just flat stopped making the things. I've seen a radio alarm saw. That's it. I've seen a couple of them up for sale. Unfortunately, people wanted way too much for them. I don't have the space in here for one, but I would get one, and then I would turn around and make that modification to correct the engineering mistake. I think that would be cool to have. I forgot about yeah, I just totally went brain dead on the fact that it was a radio alarm saw. But I saw one that that was already, when it was up for sale, probably about hours drive away. The guy had put in the comments, already been modification already been made to it. Our habitats are horrible. If they have anything, it's absolute junk, or it's in such horrible shape, and they want way too much for it. They think because it's around here, they think because it's got rust and crud on it, that means it's worth 3 times what it's actually should be selling for. When we travel, we hit habitats. We found habitats out of state that I've done good at. I don't have it up here, I put it away. But I had found I think it was a translucent yellow snap-on nut driver. Got it for $1. Didn't matter whether it had Snap-on's name on it or not. Everything was basically everything there tool-wise was $1. Sockets, they want $1 per standard socket, and if it's a deep well, they want $2. At least it was a year ago, the last time I'd looked. They may have gone up some. But they're selling stuff that's just pure junk. When we go in and I go digging for tools, we'll find, say, a pipe wrench that's missing parts on it, and they'll still want $10, $15 for it. I found one pipe wrench. It wasn't in too bad a shape. It was just missing the main thread screw. And they wanted like $17.99 for the stupid thing. I was like, I got plenty of big wrenches, old wrenches, but it would have been nice to got that, cleaned it up, all that, but not for that price. Run out of drink again. But yeah, I know guys scattered across the country that they got great restores. They go into a restore, come out with a handful of things, and they just love what and then they do a video on it, and you hear the price, and you're like, how? I can't even get Walmart stuff at Habitat for Humanity for the prices that they get it for. It's almost like the junk shop right up the road from me. I actually have one that's local. I have done a video where I think I've done maybe 2 videos out of that from that place in the last year and a half. Uh, Most of the time, it's overpriced for stuff that should just be thrown in the trash. Uh, and then, but I do find the occasional things. I found 2 3/4 drive ratchets last time I was up there. That was a couple months ago. I was excited. I was like, okay, these are going to be projects. They don't move. Visible rust. Not sure if I could recover the bulby tent because even that was stuck. So I didn't know if it had totally ruined the spring and everything inside, or it was just the surface was jacked up. I went up front. They wanted $25 a piece for them in the current state. They weren't working. They wouldn't move. And they're basically, I was expected to pay $25 a piece, not knowing if I could get them to even work right again. I was like, nope, I'll put them back on the shelf. I ain't doing none of this. I hate to say it. After that, I haven't been back in there since. Wow. $15. I'd have been, I would have dropped the 20 and ran and said, you keep change. Because I'd have been rolling right out the door, throwing it in the bed of the truck, and I'd be gone. One of the cities that I'm near, not too far from, it's about a 50-60 minute ride out to them. They got some of the weirdest, most eclectic stuff ever. Furniture, chandelier. I don't know what people were thinking when they designed them or how much they spent to buy them. I know they paid stupid prices for them new. But I looked at it, and my wife looked at it, and she just like, I said, want to haul that home? She said, yeah, you can put it in the garage. You ain't putting it in my house. So yeah, it's just, it's horrible. Ours are. But when we were on vacation, we were up in, here. So, up in this section of Michigan, we were just wandering around, and bang, bang, bang. We hit a handful of thrift stores and antique shops and a couple restores. I ended up pulling quite a few things home. And then obviously, from here, we were up around the Sioux, and we hit a handful of places. We were finding really good prices on stuff from the antique shops, the junk shops, the restore that we stumbled into up there. Everybody else is doing good except for here. I got guys I watch all over the world, but this is going to stay to the U.S., but all over the country, and they'll say that they've gone to Goodwills and they found decent tools, tools they can bring home and work on. My Goodwills ain't got nothing but either used clothes, or what they've been doing over the last couple of years, it looks like they're buying cargo ships of Chinese junk and they're trying to sell it in the stores. Other than that, I don't find tools. Not at our Goodwills. Our Goodwills over the last couple of years have gotten so well. There's three failed factors on it. One, they're selling a lot of Chinese junk that they're getting. It's almost stuff that you find at, well, if you remember when we had malls all over the place, there was always those couple of shops that sold all these this and that's from China. That's what they're selling there too. But stuff that they've brought in, which is the second thing, way overpriced. We're trying to just grossly overpriced on stuff. It's like somebody has zero clue what they got, and they're just saying, "Oh well, this came from an estate sale or something, so that means it's got to be old. It's got to be worth $1 bazillion." And the third problem, which is my biggest pet peeve, is their toy area. The toy area is now maybe 8 foot wide, only 3 shelves high, and they will take loose junk toys. Some of it is broken, put it in a Ziploc bag, tape it shut, and put a price of $10 for a little quart bag. My wife picked it up, found broken junk in it, and it was for $10. It's like, yeah, no, they're ours is just horrible. Pawn shops, yes. Unfortunately, well, they're about 45-50 minutes out, but we have probably 8 pawn shops that do sell tools. So out of the, I'm getting, hang on. So I get this one. Of the 8 that I know of offhand, 6 of the 8, they want too much for what they're for the tools. They just want way too much for it. Not dumb price, but still way too much. So where we would get a wrench, say for $1, maybe $2, they want $5 for it. It's high, but it's not stupid priced. We have one that I've bought from, so they've taken care of me on different things that I've picked up over the years. They're not bad, but they don't get a whole lot of the hand tool side. They deal more with power tools, contractor type stuff. But we have one pawn shop. I don't want to say the name because that place, we had just got done with 2 weeks of 6 to 8 inches of layers of snow and ice, where 90% of it went away. We finally said, hey, let's get out, just wander around. And I looked up and said, hey, let's go into the pawn shops and all that, just wander around, see if we can find any antique shops, junk shops to run around. So went into this place. This is Bigfoot stayed in the car because they hadn't treated the parking lot or the entryway. So I slid my way up there. I walked in. First thing I saw, a 3/4. It just jumped at me. 3/4 drive, snap-on ratchet. I was like, okay. It needed a lot of TLC. I picked it up, played with it. The internals seemed okay, but you could feel the dried grease, the grit, the crud in it. You knew that it was going to be a full tear down or clean up. And then I decided to get brave. I flipped the tag over. $500. I was like, no way. Started looking at other stuff. They had Ryobi stuff. They were selling it at new price, new cost. I pulled up I pulled it up on geez, who sells Ryobi? I think it's Home Depot. I bought is it yeah, I think it's Home Depot that has the Ryobi line. Whoever it is. I pulled it up, I looked, searched it. It was plus or minus $10 of what you could get it brand new for, and this thing was well used. Milwaukee, they wanted almost $20 to $40 more than what I could get the same damn thing brand new. It's all used. So that was my first trip in that pawn shop, and that's my last trip in it. Every time I look over, I just shake my head and just say, yep, you will never see me walk through those doors. Just when I'm at flea markets, what drives me nuts is when you dig through some of these guys' lots and you pick up a few things, they turn around and they look for a name on it, and then they turn around and go on eBay, type it all in, try to get an eBay price on it. Then whatever somebody's wishful eBay list price was, they try to knock $1 or $2 off of it. So, oh yeah, how about this? I'm like, yep, nope, put it right back. Because I'm not. If I want to pay eBay prices, I'll just get it on eBay, and I'll bet you it's going to be in better shape. At least what I look at. Just, I don't know. Everybody's going to that silly eBay dream prices. Okay, got another wire in me. But yeah, I see and watch the videos all the time of guys in other areas of the country, and they're like, oh yeah, I went to the thing and went to a flea market, I got all this, I only paid like $10, $20. I'm saying, well, can't do that here. We have one right up the road, probably 10 minutes away. They don't have, when we first got the house 9 years ago, we went to one, and they had quite a few tools. Of course, I wasn't buying tools at the time because I was looking for some equipment, some ag equipment for a friend, so I was more focused on 5 lots within a certain price range for them. But the last one I went up there and saw, there wasn't a single tool. It's like they've gone from having any kind of tools to they've stepped up, so now they're selling cars, RVs, semi-trucks, a lot stuff that just demands a lot higher price. But it was kind of cool because you could walk through the field, and you're looking at 50 to 100 agricultural devices. Then you go over, and then there's a ton of tables that had a whole bunch of smaller stuff to it. Now, basically, if they can't haul it in with a forklift or drag it in or drive it in, they're not trying to sell it anymore. I just miss when auctions were actual auctions. When you actually went to them in person, say on Thursday night, and if you were there, you get there early, you walk through, you take a physical look at it, scribble down what lot it is, and then you turn around and bid on the thing. Now, it's all online. If you find out about an auction, you dig into it, find out it's online, and then they want to play that live bid at the end. So if there's any bid within the last like 3 minutes, it either adds 3 minutes or they'll put it in what's called live mode, and they just try to get bidding wars going. I don't like that because it ends up people buy stuff at stupid prices. And then we got resellers. They'll go in and they'll pay crazy high prices across everything because they're going to take it to their shop or the flea market or whatever, and they're just going to hope that they can make a profit if they just buy enough stuff. I miss the real auctions. Oh, I had a chance at the Snap-on puller board. I have nowhere to put it in the shop, and I don't think I would ever be able to find all the pieces to actually hang up on it. But the board was in excellent condition. The hooks were in great shape. They just need a little TLC to them. But the outlines, the stamping, everything on that board was immaculate. There was no grease, grime, crud caked on it. It wasn't sun bleached and faded. I was watching it and I was waiting until the last couple hours and I wanted to see where it was going. I was like, okay, let me go back and look at it. Somebody bought that board alone for $370 some dollars. I think it was like 373 was where the it ended because it was in my watch list so I could pay attention to it. I'm sitting there going, no. Somebody on Facebook's got a SK tool board, but he wants 75 for it. It needs a whole lot of work. I can fix it up and make it look good, or at least decent, but it's going to take a lot of work. And I was like, not too big a fan of when they're that high priced. But I thought it'd be cool at some point in time. I may have to get rid of all my bottle openers and beer signs, is to actually have a tool board up there where I could actually hang some of the tools that belong on it. Or actually, I could just take one of my silk AC/DC banners down and just put the tool board up there, hang some tools on it. But every time I think I found one, either it's when I zoom in and scroll on the pictures, it's too far gone to work, so I have to walk away from it, or the price gets dumb. It used to be a Saturday. I'm not. Now that I think about it, the last physical auction I remember going to, holy cow. Wow. It would have been 30 years ago. That would have been 30 years ago. That would have been 30 years ago, because it would have been around 95 or 96, and that was out in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Because they had one of the guys I was going to school with out there, went with him and his wife, uh, and they were from New York. So they, in the apartment, they just wanted one of those fake fireplaces. Picked it up for $15. Uh, it was just something to give the apartment a little look that a stock apartment didn't have. But that was probably the last physical in-person auction I've actually been able to see. I mean, besides the livestock auctions, those don't count, because those are live. But yeah, I wish they did it. What tool brand board? I don't know if I really have one. I'm not brand loyal, not at all. Geez. I mean, right here, I'm at my desk. I've got Proto, Mac, Snap-on, Indestro, Big Exciting Pittsburgh, New Britain, Barclays, and that's just what's sitting right in front of me. Klein, Tecton, Gear Wrench, Cobalt, Craftsman. Don't knock them. I know they're not high quality, but Task Force. I bought that little 4 or 5 piece Task Force miniature tool set, and because I don't use it beyond what it is, I use it for electronics or RC cars. They've worked great for the last 20 some years. So brand, I don't think I have one. I think it would depend on what the board was. Like I was saying, that Snap-on, it was for the Snap-on puller, and it had all the everything, all the markings were great. I would have never been able to complete it, never, because you rarely find any of those in any of the auctions that I've seen over the last 5-10 years. None of those parts ever show up. I don't know. If I had to pick one, I wouldn't say a holy grail, but if I had to pick a company that would be awesome to build out on, probably SK. Especially if it had the slots for screwdrivers, because I am partial to that green handle of SK screwdrivers. There's just something about them. I'll give you a little hint. If you Wednesday's video, which is part of that Kennedy box, has an SK speeder in it. Have a good one, Jeffrey. Be safe. Hopefully you guys get a little bit of rain, not a whole lot. I ain't talked to Mom to see how the weather up there's been. But I don't know, kind of like one of the SKs from the 60s or 70s, where it had the slots where you could put the screwdrivers and stuff. That way I could get those emerald, translucent emerald green handles on there. I think that would just, aesthetically, that would probably be the best one. I mean, granted, it'd be cool to have something that had wrenches all over it, because, you know, you'd see the wrenches. But there's just, let me grab it. It's right here. I haven't cleaned it up yet because it hasn't been part of the video. It's in the top of that, but there's just something about that SK green, and to have a board that had screwdrivers and anything that had that color handle on it. I think that would probably be the best thing one of the best looks in a shop, because if you got a bright enough light coming down on it, it'd just make these things just pop. This one's in, yeah, tool boards, there's lots of different versions. Some are for wrenches, some are for pliers, some are for some of them probably deal with ratchets and sockets, some screwdrivers. Yeah, George's got them. George likes the if you ever looked on right on his wall, he's got a screwdriver rack that's full of the SK screwdrivers. There's just something about that green that's just awesome. But this one is in excellent condition. I haven't even touched it yet. The plastic just needs a little light cleaning, that's it. No real chips, no gouges around here either. I gotta make sure I put it back in the toolbox so it doesn't disappear when it touches my video tomorrow. Gotta finish it up. But yeah, the bottom of that Kennedy box is because it was cantilever, so I knew it was built that in its Kennedy, so I knew it could support a lot more load than it was really designed for. So that was primarily the box that I was, as I found tools, I was shoving in there, shaking it, trying to get it to settle down and piled up. So video 5 and 6, that'd be this coming Wednesday and Friday's videos. That's going to be the bulk of the wrenches, pliers, and stuff like that. It's going to be a fun dig. Right now, I've done video 1, 2, 3. I have to edit number 4, and I have. When the storm hit, I had to start pulling stuff out. I have 4/5 of a 5-gallon bucket full of tools that are keepers so far. And then I got what's in the bottom of the that Kennedy box. So it will, if I work it right, it will be an overloaded 5-gallon bucket with those 6 boxes that I got for $100. I showed up late to it. We showed up late to it. It had an 8 o'clock start time. We got there like 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. I figure I was worried it was gonna be one. They said that there's no you don't try to set up and get a number to do it, get a number, hey, you're number 26. It wasn't any of that. So I was worried it was one of those that were going to let people in, and within the first hour or two it was going to be scarfed out. People were rooting through it, but I don't think the people knew what was there. I think they didn't take the time to dig. I was going through boxes, I was picking stuff up, I was moving this, moving that. I found 2 boxes in the first room, and I thought that's the whole area. I just grabbed stuff from everywhere around it, threw it in the boxes, and I had the guy, Mrs. Bigfoot brought the guy in, and he looked, he says, we did the whole thing at you make an offer, no, you make an offer game. And he said, well, I want to be fair, but we got to be able to do something, yada, yada, yada. And he looked at me and said, would $40 be okay? I looked at him and said, I can work with that. I'm sitting there going, I got way more than $40 out of those toolboxes. Well, I ended up picking up the other boxes, and loading them down. I mean, loading them down. And then they said $100. I was like, here, take it. Once the transaction is done, you can't realize I got way more than $100 for it. If I had the pickup truck, and I thought about it that morning, we talked about it, we talked about taking that big old truck of mine and going up there. I'm kicking myself because they had a tabletop media blast cabinet that had no damage to it at all. They had a 10-inch bandsaw on a stand. There was a top and bottom toolbox, which is where I was selective out of that. I probably could have took a majority of that if I had somewhere to put the stuff. So I probably could have got a few large scale items and maybe paid another $50 to $100 for all of it too. If I wasn't on call, she told me I should go back after we got home, that I should go up there the next day, because we went there Friday. It was a Friday, Saturday sale. That I should have went up there Saturday if it was still there, take the truck up there and try to get that stuff. But I was on call and we had storms coming. And it was a good thing, because my videos got interrupted scrambling, and I ended up getting called for like 7 outages that afternoon and night. So my luck is I'd have been, hour and a half away from the house, then I would have got hit for an outage, and I had no way to respond to it in a timely fashion. A year ago, I had an estate sale that it was one of my first online estate sales. I did not thoroughly scour the I don't live close. I live out in the country, so I don't live close to where I work. So I have, when an outage occurs, I have a timeline I need to try to restore services in. So I got a window to operate in. Once the outage occurs, I got to be able to change clothes, grab drinks and snacks if I need it, see where I'm going. Then I got to drive in, which can be anywhere from 35 minutes to 55 minutes or longer, depending upon traffic and weather and all that. So that takes my allotted window to make a restoration and shrinks it. Have a good one, Bryce. Be safe. So that shortens the window I have to try to make troubleshoot, find it, repair it, and restore it. So if I'm an hour and a half up the road, I get called, I've got to finish what I'm doing up there quickly, scramble back, get changed, fire up the truck, get that into my area, and try to restore it. But that time, I would have already exceeded my window. So when I'm on call, I don't like being more than 15 minutes away from the house. If I'm not on call, it's game on. We have we've driven to 2 or 3 states, wandering around flea markets, junk shops, and we've gone 2 states away just to get lunch. I'm used to driving, I'm used to going long distances, so I don't think about it. Driving 2-3 hours just for lunch, then driving back. Oh, we'll hit stuff here and there, whatever we see along the way, but oh yeah, it's game on. And got no problem doing that. Oh. I think the farthest out I would probably go just to eat and then hit odd stuff that we see along the way would probably, I think 4 hours each way would probably be close to the limit, because that makes for a long day, especially if you stop at 5 or 6 places, because that adds a lot of time. So it makes for a long day, but it's worth it if you got a good place to eat and it just makes a good road trip. And get out there and run it. Go. I know people that have a conniption if they got to drive 30 minutes just to go get something to eat. I'm not doing that. It's 30 minutes away. It takes me 45-55 minutes just to get to a Walmart. I don't mind driving 30 minutes if I could get something to eat. My biggest day trip. I was younger, so I had a lot more energy then. But I got up at 2:30 in the morning, left about 3 o'clock in the morning. I drove 9 hours to get to Charlotte, North Carolina, because I had through work, because I worked for Hendrick's dealership, so I had tickets to a NASCAR race. So I had tickets, backseat, pit passes, everything. Plus we had, Hendrick's had we got to see the drivers and meals and all that silliness. So I drove 9 hours down, spent most of the day running through, looking at all the stuff they're selling, got up into the pits, got to do all that adventure, watch the entire race, do the meal afterwards, meet the 3 Hendricks drivers. I think it was Ken Schrader, Terry Labonte, and Gordon back then. And then I turned around and made that 9-hour drive back home. That was probably the longest day I've ever dealt with. Because I think it actually, it was, I have no idea. All I know is it was an awesome event, awesome adventure. I couldn't do it again. Live must be a lot. Every sport is way different live than it is on TV. Live, you get the noise, you get the smell. If you're walking around the track, before it goes up into the stadium seating, you get pelted by dirt, exhaust, marbles, little pieces of the tire that fling off. It's different. I prefer NHRA events live. I've seen, NASCAR, Indy. I've been to a bunch of IndyCar races because it was back when Marlboro. I used to get 2 tickets to the Indy race with pit passes every year from Marlboro. Because they had barcodes and all that, so they offered it to you once and you went and did it, and then you did different things. Then you were basically on a list where they would give you the free tickets and free pit passes. That's a lot of fun. That's a blast to see live. NHRA, I've been more partial to drag racing than anything else, and there is nothing like 12,000 horsepower. It's not just the sound. Let me rephrase that. Not just the audible sound. Because don't forget that frequency is also creating a sound wave. You feel it in your body when those cars are running down the track. I have a hard drive running around somewhere where I've got, I took one of my DSLRs. I got pictures of the back tires wrinkling, flames coming out of them. One of the guys blew an engine, caught fire. I got a handful of pictures of him on fire and then coming past. But with NHRA, that makes it different than Indy or NASCAR is not everybody can identify the drivers for NHRA unless they're some of the top racers. A lot of the drivers, Robert Height, I was at one of the races. I was down 3/4 track getting pictures because I started the finals day. I started right at the tree, so I could get the pictures of the cars, whether it was the top field, the dragsters, the rail cars, or the pro streets. Got a lot of them, wheels up. But Robert Height got knocked out and eliminated. He didn't go hide out in his in the pit area in his trailer. He was actually down right up on the fence line, 3/4 track, only about 20 feet away from me. Surrounded by people enjoying the race, didn't have a clue that a driver was right there with him. I was sitting there with my big camera, and I shot some pictures, and I turned and looked. He happened to look at me. I turned my head sideways, and he just goes, shh. I was like, okay. And then I just, made hand signals like, later pictures. And he's like, yeah. So we watched the rest of the race, and he was not too far from me. Nobody had a clue who he was. He was hanging out with us race bums at the end of the track. Got done, took pictures with him, and Schumacher came up. He was hanging out down there. Most people didn't recognize him because he didn't have his fire suit on. I got pictures with him, and when somebody saw me take pictures of him, that's when people, I guess, actually acknowledged, hey, it must be one of the drivers, and everybody started flocking in. In person, so much better. I've seen baseball, football, basketball, hockey, European football, or what we call soccer here in the U.S. I've seen all that. A lot of it I can't watch on TV. No real interest because you're watching video clips and angles that they want you to see versus you sitting in the seat. You getting the electricity and feel from the crowd and the people, and actually seeing things. Took my wife and kids to see a football game, soccer for us. It had Manchester United playing against somebody. I was like, that would be awesome. I was like, that would be cool. I didn't know if they would like it or not. But at the end, they were excited. They really enjoyed watching the match, or whatever they call it. I'd never seen one in person with I played it in high school and junior high, but I never actually seen a real game. It was a lot of fun. Uh, yeah, any kind of sporting event, whether it's physical sporting or it's motorsports. Another one I love, motocross racing. Uh, I've been to a handful of those. I actually got to see, gosh, I feel like gosh, now I feel old. It was back when Ricky Carmichael and Bubba Stewart were kind of at their peaks, but Carmichael, it was one of Ricky Carmichael's last races. I went bananas. I brought heavy duty memory cards and I was shooting pictures all weekend. But I got a lot of pictures of Ricky Carmichael's last race where he was battling with Stewart. And I happened to be up on the high side of one of the switchbacks where Ricky dove in and made an insane move, got ahead of Stewart and never looked back. And I got it right. I got a sequence of about 12, 13 shots of the up, move, and pass, and chunks of mud being kicked up from the tires. Motocross is a blast in person. Watching it on TV, it's okay. In person, you smell it, you hear the droning of those motors, and then if you're close enough to the edges, you can get pelted by chunks of dirt. This is put the flyers and stuff. Ooh, that would have been. I bet that was cool. Took my mom, my dad, my wife, and the kids. We went to see mom and dad. Took them to the Red Wings. One of the last Red Wings games played at the Joe Louis Arena. So they got to see a Red Wings hockey game, but they also got to enjoy what all happened. You know, what made the Joe such a fantastic little tiny place. Oh, my stepdaughter, we didn't even get, they just were doing shoot around, you know, where they dump 50 pucks out on the ice and just pelt the snot out of the daggone goalie to warm them up. It wasn't even done with that, and she was already asking when we were going to get to see another hockey game. I said, we haven't even seen the game yet. So yeah, there's definitely something different from, oh yes, flat track's awesome. In person, even better, because it's like being around nitromethanol, you know. You just take that nice deep breath. Yeah, there's a smell and a sound. I like sprint cars on a dirt track better than I do like watching them whip around a man-made track. It's just something about them sliding where they don't really slide on a NASCAR track. Little tiny dirt tracks, those are a lot of fun, especially the little local ones. Those guys let it all hang out. Those are a blast. The one thing I haven't seen in person that I think would be awesome to go see is figure eight. That I think would be a blast. I do like a good demolition derby. That I will always, if there's a fair going on and there's going to be a demolition derby, I want to be there watching it. trying to think if there's. I've been lucky enough to have been able to go see so many things. Uh, Plus share it too. Uh, but yeah, some sports I can't watch on TV. It just bores me right out of my mind. But if I'm there in person, I won't. Uh, unless unless I have to get a drink or something to eat, I'm not leaving my seat. I want to soak in every bit of it. Through work, I was able to get tickets to the Pistons came in to play somebody. We had to drive like 2.5 hours to get to it. But we were like 8 rows up from the court. That was a blast. That was a lot of fun. I hadn't been to an actual NBA basketball game in forever. I got to see Manute Bol in one of his first games. When I was a kid, I got to see, there's none like, and where me and my dad, I got 2 tickets, and where me and my dad were sitting was almost level, where our vision was almost level to the rim, and to see Manute Bol, because I think he was like 7'7" or something like that, and as long as he threw the ball down at the rim, where I'm only 6'1", I'm shooting up at the rim. When he would go to try to do a free throw, which he wasn't the greatest at, he was throwing the ball down to the rim. That made me feel super short, because I could jump up and grab the rim. I could never dunk, but I could grab and hang on the rim. But to see somebody tall enough that they had to throw the ball down at the rim, that was insane. One other thing I would love, one thing I'd really love to go see, even though I'd be doing a lot of sitting, not being able to see a lot until they passed, that would be around one of the little towns or areas, and actually see them run either the Baja 500 or the Baja 1000, and be able to see those trucks at top speed just ripping it, getting those clusters where everybody hangs out. The one thing I would say my bucket list race that I really want to see is, I will never get to do it, but I want to go hang out in one of the little towns and watch the Isle of Man TT. I want to see those guys letting those bikes hang out right on the edge of just nothing. I want to be able to be out there on that little island and see those guys racing through those towns. I can watch Isle of Man on TV. I enjoy watching that, but knowing what I know, being able to see all these sporting events in person, I could not imagine how insane that really would be, to be right up there and see those bikes running like they do. Everybody thinks superbike racing on the track is high speed. It's amazing. They need to go see Isle of Man. Those guys are not running on a catered track. Those guys are letting it loose right on the edge of insanity on actual roadways and in little hamlets and towns. So it's not like the roadways are custom made, custom done. These are roadways that are used right up they race on them, and then they're right back to normal usage. That is probably everything I would love to do or go see or do again. That's a bucket list there, is to physically be out there and see Isle of Man happen. Those guys are nuts. I push the envelope on things, and probably gone past the envelope more than once. Okay, maybe thousands of times I pushed the envelope and gone beyond. Yeah, I'd be in last place next to those guys. There's no way I could. Yeah. Even letting my crazy insanity out, I don't come close to those guys. Those guys are off the rail. It's not just the bikes, just the standard two-wheel bikes. I want to see the sidecar racing up there on Isle of Man also. Because the guy that's in that sidecar, if you haven't seen it, you need to watch some of the videos on it. Those guys are hanging out and doing things at insane speeds, just to keep it in check. Like I said, in person, I think that right there, that would be my bucket list, is Isle of Man. Baja or the Dakar Rally, seeing some of that would be a close second, third. But Isle of Man is definitely number one on the bucket list. I've seen monster trucks tons of times. They're awesome. Met Dennis Anderson a handful of times. Got his autograph, all that. Obviously, with Gravedigger. I met. Now I'm feeling dumb. Okay. I gotta do this. I know I got his first name right, but his last name, Bob Chandler, Bigfoot. I knew his name was Bob. I couldn't remember his last name. It was just escaped. I met him once. Didn't get an autograph or picture or nothing like that. I just thought it was kind of cool to meet him. I was young and had no idea that I would end up collecting autographs. Those have evolved drastically because the engines and the horsepower and all that have greatly increased. Goodness. Oh no, I say dumb because I still do dumb stuff. Or as I've told her, about to do some sketchy stuff, so don't come out and look. Don't go outside. You don't want to see what I'm about to do. When I was younger and I had trainees, my dad always told my trainees, do as he says, not as he does. Because I will push things to the limit just to make something happen. I ain't gonna lie. I've taken doing dumb things to a whole new level that most people have never thought of going to. I've survived somehow. I'm still breathing. Oh, okay. Well, I can't remember the guys. I've seen the Thunder Chickens, which is the Air Force's, the Thunderbirds. Seen the Blue Angels many times, especially since I there for a while. I used to live on the approach to Oceana, So living on the approach, I saw all sorts of interesting aircraft at day and night, but I'd go to the air shows all the time. Um, Actually, a few years ago, when me and my wife went up to Michigan, we were up at Traverse City for the Cherry Festival, and we did the Cherry Festival, and then we turned around and went over on the over to the beach and watched the Blue Angels. Not quite the same as Oceana, and definitely not as interesting or as fun as when they're down at playing around at Pensacola. But always enjoyed the Blue Angels, always enjoyed the Thunderbirds, and I'll probably wake up 2-3 o'clock in the morning and remember what the Canadian team is. I got to see them once, or maybe once. I've seen their skydive team probably 2 or 3 times. And those guys are they're dead on. They are freaking, those guys are dead on the money on their skydive team. Now I'm gonna have to look it up now. I could picture their aircraft from when I had seen them. Oh my gosh, I should have known this. Oh my gosh, I feel like an idiot. The Snowbirds. Their flight demonstration team, the Snowbirds. I should have known this. That was actually pretty cool. I've seen the evolution of a couple aircraft for the Thunderbirds and the Blue Angels. But yeah, Don, I had to look it up because it was just bugging the snot out of me because I remember the aircraft, because I remember when they came down, and I was able to see one of their demos they did down this way. I enjoyed that too. I'm not saying that I have watched the Angels too many times, but I know exactly when in the show they're going to do their move, and they're going to have the guy come sneaking in over the back. Because there's times that everybody's focused up front, and then all of a sudden I turn around and here I am shooting pictures because I know he's coming and he's going to scream right over the top of the crowd. Those are must see. So whether you have a chance to see the Angels, the Thunderbirds, or the Snowbirds, any of them, you have a chance to go physically see them. I'd heard about that. I wasn't sure if it was truth or AI. Because you get too many AI garbage things, and people repost it and start talking about stuff like they know firsthand knowledge, when in reality things aren't really happening. But yeah, I'd heard that they're finally getting upgraded. So I'll bet you money they've already, if they're being grounded now, they're not going to be out of commission for 4 years. I guarantee you the aircraft are already there. Once they're grounded, they're no longer working in those aircraft. They got to get themselves up to speed in the new aircraft to achieve the level of flight to be able to do the aerobatics in that new aircraft. You can't just jump from one aircraft to another and expect to be able to do all those moves. It's going to take a couple of years for these guys to be in the seat of that new aircraft to work to get the details to be able to get in so close to each other. They got to be able to know every little nuance and characteristic move of the bounce, the pressure. If when you get over here, is it going to pull you or is it not? They got to work the kinks out of it before they actually do a demo for people. So I bet those aircraft are already on the flight line. They've probably already been in the seat of them. Now they're just going to get the full-blown practice in it. Have a good one. Be safe. I missed out because I was on call. Oh yeah, for sure. I missed out because I was on call, or we had things that we had already had planned, but I missed out on one of the rare events where the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds, Blue Angels and Thunderbirds are at the same show. I still have in the basement back that way. I still have the little fold-up paper that showed the planes, the pilots, talked about it. It folded up like the old maps you used to get from the gas station. I still have that from the Thunderbirds the first time I got to see them when we made a long day trip and went to Andrews to go see the show. I think it was Andrews. Yep, it'd be Andrews. I was making sure I had the right location, right state. Oh. Yeah, it was. Air shows back then were a totally different thing. Air shows 30, 40 years ago were completely different. We had mountains of aircraft to static displays to go see. You got to go in them, go all around them. I've been in everything from a little two-seat Cessna all the way up, and I got to go up into the cockpit of a C-5A Galaxy. And pretty much everything in between. I've been able to get into everything from the little, brain's not braining. I can picture it. I know the designation. I can't think of it. Basically, it was the early bubble screen helicopters that they started using in Korea. It's a little, basically, tube-rail frame with a little screen up front. I've gotten to play around in quite a few helicopters in between that, all the way up to the big Chinooks, the CH-54s. Those are workhorses, and it's amazing to find out those things are still being used today. Air Force wise, I've got to see everything. So basically, I've been around a lot of stuff for the Navy. Air Force, I've got to see everything up to a 52. I've seen some of I've got to go inside probably 5 different World War II bombers that people personally own, and they still keep running. So they'll bring those out. They used to bring those out to air shows. Those were a blast to see them. Couldn't go through all of those aircraft because some of those bombers, they had little tunnels that basically went through the center of the aircraft to get to the back for where the tail gunner, where some of the radio operators and other people were actually towards the back, and they actually had tunnels to get back to them. some of those old World War II bombers, those are amazing. They were insane on the inside. And to think of how fast they built those things. It's just unbelievable. Funny, until we kind of derailed working on tools and gotten into this, I did not realize how much stuff I've been lucky enough to experience. Of course, back then we didn't have digital cameras or stuff like that, so I do have a few physical pictures. I know there's pictures running around that's probably decaying, but I know Mom's got my dad's old carousels with slides on them. Hey Donna, if you're still there, have they released what aircraft they're stepping the snowbirds up to? I mean, the snowbirds, to be honest, their aircraft should have been replaced a long time ago. Let me see if anybody's released anything. This is a CT-157 Siskin II, which is based on the Pilatus PC-21 turboprop. So I want to see what this thing looks like. Okay, I could see that. Let's go images. So it's gonna, according from what I see, is they're replacing the CT-114 Tudor with a CT-157 Siskin II. Pretty nice looking aircraft. At least for if these pictures are even remotely accurate of what it looks like. It says the snowbirds to swap jets for turboprops as Tudor retires. And I am not really seeing any real pictures of what the new aircraft is going to look like. Wait a minute. Whoa. I don't know if this is accurate. This is, like I said, it's all hearsay. Snowbird's aircraft, the newly modernized at the cost of $30 million, will go from delivery into retirement. The Canadian forces have confirmed. The 20 modernized aircraft that will be fully operational by the spring of 2027, according to Royal Canadian Air Force briefing obtained by the Ottawa Citizen. But Defense Minister David McGuinty announced May 19th that the Snowbirds aerobatic team would cease operations after this year's flying season ended, saying that the new. Oh, okay, so never mind. Not cease operations as then they're done. This is what happens when you gotta actually fully get cycle through all of the old stuff, all the data. It says that would be purchased for the team, expected to be performing by the early 2030s, which goes back to what I said. They got to adapt and get used to all the new aircraft. So no, the way the story was first came out, I was worried that they decided that they were going to try to pull the plug and just shut it down completely. No. No World War One. Wait. Let me hang on. Nope. World War Two. Yes. Because I've got. Yeah, because I've seen the Corsairs. I've seen Aardvarks. I've seen Sabers, the Super Saber. Hellcats. I've seen a large chunk of Mustangs. I don't know if I said that. I've seen most everything we had in European or the Asian theater for aircraft for World War II. World War One, no, none that I know of that were actually war type aircraft, but from that era, I've seen quite a few personally owned biplanes and triplanes. Some of them were stunt planes, where they'd have the performers and the wing walkers and all that stuff. So I don't know enough about those aircraft to know if there was any of them that were the same or based upon that went to war or not. So basically, I've been lucky enough to see most everything from World War II, Korea, Vietnam, then anything up to today. Somebody about 15, 20 years ago. No, it had to be 24 years ago. I'm just doing some math in my head now. Somebody had a Mustang that was so shiny. I had a miserable time trying to find the right angle to be able to get a picture of it, because the sun was out, the sun was blazing, and that metal was so shiny that I could not get a clean image of it. I have seen, of course, this goes back into much older. I have seen some vintage British aircraft, a handful of them, a couple of French aircraft, a handful of German aircraft, all prop driven. Trying to think. Oh, I have seen 3 different type of Soviet MiGs when I was younger. Those were pretty cool seeing too. Now, with the French one, I did get to see one Mirage, which was pretty wild. Uh, I think it's funny. Everybody thinks these Ospreys are new aircraft. Uh, they're not. They're not new at all. Not as far as the concept or what they wanted to do. Back when I was a kid in the 70s, they were already working and trying to prototype VSTOL aircraft. I have a book from when I was in elementary school. Hey, I'm never too old. I will watch when Snoopy's in the air. Uh, I have a book called Modern Helicopters, and at the very beginning, they show artwork of future, the future of helicopters. You know, it's all those paintings that they do up. And when the Osprey was finally put into service, it was, oh, this is a great new aircraft, yada, 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 it does this. I said, it's not new. What are you talking about? I turned around, I said, tomorrow I'll bring the book. Went down to the basement, dug my book out, made sure I took it to work with me. I says, here, see the date when this book was printed. Flip 5 pages in, there's your VSTOL. That is that's your Osprey that you're seeing flying in the sky now. That's the actual painting, the rendering of what they're trying to build. I was like, so that aircraft in reality is already 40 years old from concept before they actually got to put it into service. You know, tomorrow I'm gonna have to try to see who's streaming some of the old Snoopy movies, because I'm gonna have to try to find some of that streaming. Okay, that is going to be. Actually, it's just straight up the Peanuts movie. So. Let's see. Whoa. It's not available to watch in my country. So I can't watch the Peanuts movie from 1965 here in the U.S. on Netflix. Oh, that is just sad. Let's try Disney. I don't have any of that set up on this, so let me see if it's possible. That would be awesome. Okay, let me do this. Let me do search. Oops. Nope. Nope, not in Disney either. Oh, I tried. I may have to see if somebody's got that and put it up on YouTube. Or I may have to see if one of the may have to search it through my one of my two TVs, because they have their own proprietary. Yeah, actually, I know every word to that, because as a kid, that was my favorite record. I have the record in the basement. Of course, it was Mom's record, but I have that record. I have Glenn Campbell's record in the basement. So yes, I know that song. I know that song forward, backwards, and I am surprised I had not wore the grooves out of that to where it's flat as stainless steel. Because as a kid, I played that on my dad's turntable and his Sansui receiver every chance I could get. And I know every crack in them dirty sidewalks. Oh gosh, did I just say that? Yes, I did. Oh, it helped if I learned how to spell. Okay, we got something here. That's 2015. So apparently they did a Peanuts movie in 2015. They have classics. Bon Voyage, Peanuts, Snoopy Come Home, Boy Named Charlie Brown. Oh, Race for Your Life. I remember that one. Uh, but I don't have Apple TV. Looks like they brought back Peanuts because they got a Peanuts in Space. Secrets of Apollo 10 from 2019. I don't have Apple stuff, but I may have to try to figure out how to figure out how to navigate that one. No, I did not. I didn't really get albums until the late 70s. And it really wasn't many albums. But in the 80s, then I started getting a bunch of albums. Well, early to mid 80s. I was still buying albums up into the 90s, but 86 is when I actually saved enough money and bought my first CD player. Oh my, when you said just reading that made me laugh because it made me think of what I did to my stepdaughter for Christmas one year. They made cookies, they put cookies out, they made a little glass of milk, and my wife had told her to put some carrots out for the reindeer. So I ate some of the cookies, crumbled a mess all over the place, drank most of the milk, but with the carrots, I ate some of the carrots, and then I just sat there and twisted and gnawed on them to where it looked like it was partially gnawed up but not fully eaten, and left them on the plate. That was fun to see and hear. Ew! First thing in the morning, that was awesome. They didn't eat the carrots; they only partially chewed them. I said, yeah, I did. Now with two grandkids coming along, I got more experience and ideas. I'm gonna have fun doing little odd things that are just gonna be confusing. Not going to give anything away, but I'm going to make things a little interesting and confusing and just totally, whoa, look at that. Because I'm good at doing stuff like that, and hopefully they have something other than that stupid elf on the shelf thing. I get myself in trouble with that stupid thing. My ideas for elf on the shelf are not good. See, the best thing is you can spoil them all you want, and you can send them back home. But when they get older, they can have all the cookies they want, all the ice cream they want, and you can send them back home, and they can be all hyperactive at home. I always get these little video clips on some of the programs, or some of the social media, plus on some of the videos. I guess it targets me because everything listens. But some of the little video clips is for like t-shirts and stuff, and it's AI done. So it's a little kid in a t-shirt saying, "If I ever get in trouble, it's because Grandpa told me to." I would be like, blame me? And I don't care, because I'm old. It was like a few weeks ago, we got my granddaughter a Happy Meal, because she loves the little toys that come in them. So at work, if I go out to eat at work, I'll get a couple of Happy Meals. I eat the burgers, I eat the fries, I get bottles of water, so Mrs. Bigfoot knows that I'm drinking water during the day at work. But obviously she gets the toys. So it's a win-win-win. Well, we went to get something to eat, and then we got her a Happy Meal. Got her a hamburger Happy Meal. Mustard, ketchup, the diced onions, the pickles, the whole 9 yards. She ate it all. Fries, all. Well, Mom and Dad were here at the house. We were all sitting down eating dinner, and she went to eat it. She was made a little tiny hamburger, just almost like a slider. And she wanted a little ketchup, and I said, well, you got to have mustard, ketchup, and little onions. And I got the look. I said, well, that's what a little basic hamburger comes with anyways. I was doing everything I could. I thought I got myself in trouble saying, yeah, no, we give her a whole Happy Meal. Well, when I turned and looked, she said, yeah, she already had a Happy Meal yesterday. I looked at my wife. She said, oh, yeah, she already knows that we give her a Happy Meal. I said, okay, you know how hard it was for me not to admit that, yeah, or slip that, she's already eaten this. Try again. She's an adventurous one for a kid. She's very adventurous with food. She really is. She's gonna, as long as her taste buds don't change, I can see her being one of those rare kids that will eat almost anything put in front of her. I'm waiting to be able to make some jambalaya and see if she likes that. But of course, that's going to be many years until she can have a good batch of jambalaya. But I can't wait for that one. And when she's old enough to where she can have cookies, I'm going to make my grandmother's cookie recipe, and I'm going to make those cookies. So she's going to get to enjoy those. Yeah, there's gonna be some shenanigans for sure. Since I already know how to do it, I know how to get away with it. We're gonna have fun. think I'm gonna have me a roller coaster partner when she gets tall enough too. Uh, that's gonna be, yeah, when she gets old enough, I'll slowly work her up through all the little kiddie rides, and as long as she still maintains what she's doing, we're going. Then I'm gonna be working her up through the coasters, up to some of the top big coasters. That'll be a lot of fun. Because for the most part, I'm the only one that runs front seat on most of the rides. No others, they'll sit in the middle, might ride with me, but they'll sit in the middle, or they'll just say, "You go have fun," because they ain't gonna do it. But it's been a long day, long night, and don't know if you had seen the first one I tidied up. Got it all nice and clean. It was rough textured, bad chrome and everything. And that is 1516's New Britain. Then obviously that little wrench. So it was good hanging out. Appreciate everybody that's watched, that's still here. I don't know how we squirreled away off into sports and cars and planes and everything else, but I'm gonna have to call it a night, crawl my butt into bed, because I got a long day tomorrow too. Not gonna be super, but I'm gonna be busy. I'm gonna hopefully, if the weather's cool enough, I'm gonna try to finally get the shelves up so I can put some of the small toolboxes up. I got to do all the videos for the week. Still got to record half of number 5 and all of number 6 and get all that. I'm sure there's a mountain of other stuff I still need to do. Got to mow the yard. So I got to fire up the riding lawnmower and go spend a bunch of time dealing with the property here. But all right, hey, I appreciate everybody that watches, everybody that subscribes, and as always, good luck in the hunt. Everybody have a good one.